your indulgence and patience as we work our way through tonight's meeting. I have no doubt that you will kindly and gently call any errors to my attention. This would be a good time to shut off your cell phones or pagers if you have one. The meeting will be conducted according to Robert's Rules of Order, except as modified by state statute. You cannot change state law, but you can choose to modify Robert's rules with a 2/3 majority vote. General Roberts has pages of rules for decorum during debate. I hope that it will not be necessary to remind you to conduct yourself in a civil and polite manner. As Mike Hardy, our long-serving village moderator, always said, we arrived as friends and neighbors, and we will leave as such. Please stand, if possible, state your name when recognized. You'll have to forgive me if I do not call on everyone by name, especially with the mask on. I may not know who you are, but I'll try to do my best. I will also recognize those on Zoom who wish to speak, but they will not be able to vote this evening. Please address all comments and questions to me as the moderator, and I will either answer or redirect them to someone who can respond to it. Only registered voters may speak unless by leave of the assembly, which requires a 2/3 vote if there is an objection. Unless there is an objection, I will assume there is a leave of the assembly for village officials who may not be registered voters to address the assembly for the purpose of explanation during this meeting. Those of you who are eligible to vote were given a voter card on the way in. The purpose of this card is to allow us to identify you as a voter who has passed through the checklist. On a division, please hold your card up so that everyone is comfortable that only voters are voting. On a paper ballot, the clerks will mark your card as you pass through the line so that we can assure everyone that only registered voters are voting. Those articles requiring an Australian ballot vote will take place next week and will be brought up for discussion only, and no other action than discussion can be taken on them at this meeting. I will strive to make any rulings that I'm called upon to make them impartially and correctly as I can. Any rulings of the moderator can be modified, can be challenged immediately after the ruling. I will explain my ruling. If you are not satisfied, all it takes is a request to challenge a ruling and put it to the vote of the assembly. Debate on a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair is generally in order. It is my job to assist you in accomplishing the business of this meeting. Please raise your hand and ask questions. If you think that something is happening is wrong or you don't understand what is happening, please raise your hand and we'll try to address it and clear it up for you. If you want to do something and you're not really sure how to do it, again, raise your hand and we will try to help you do what you would like to have done. You must be recognized by the moderator to address the assembly. I will try to recognize all those who wish to speak in an orderly fashion, getting around to all those first, and then returning for a second bite of the apple, so to speak. I hope that you can be brief and not feel that you need to use up all of your time or replow the ground that you or someone else has already gone over. A motion must be made and seconded and restated by the moderator before debate on the motion can begin. In some instances, only 2 amendments will be allowed on the floor at any one time. That is 1 amendment on the main motion and 1 amendment on the amendment where appropriate. It requires a motion, a second, and 2/3 vote to cut off debate and call the question. You have to be recognized to make the motion. You can't just shout it out because you're tired of the debate. The motion to close the debate is not debatable. By state statute, once voters have acted on a question and taken up the next item of business, they cannot reconsider the action at the same meeting. Voting will be by voice vote unless the chair is in doubt, in which case there will be a division. Also, any voter may call for a division as long as we have not started the next item of business. Any voter may also move for a vote by paper ballot during debate or before we have moved on to the next order of business, in which case the vote will be by ballot. If the call for a ballot is sustained by at least 6 other members. Acting under other business cannot require expenditures of funds, nor can it be binding upon the village. Any action under other business is advisory only. So I'd like to introduce kind of the board and other folks. So our village financial manager, Alicia Harlow, is right here in front of me. Village clerk, Kathleen Nehawk, where you came in, she checked you in. Village manager, Scott Pickham. Village president, sitting right in the middle, is Deborah Wright. Coming back towards me is Stephen Golick, village trustee, and Wade Mashore, village trustee. Going the other way is Jeff Dunbar, village trustee, and Jakes McAuliffe, village trustee. The warning for tonight and Tuesday, May 17th, voting has an introductory paragraph which reads as follows. Bellows Falls Village Corporation Annual Meeting, May 10th, 2022, Village Election, May 17th, 2022. The legal voters of the Bellows Falls Village Corporation are hereby notified and warned to meet at the Bellows Falls Opera House Lower Theater in Rockingham Town Hall located at 7 Square in said village on Tuesday, May 10th, 2022 at 7 p.m. to act upon all matters which may be required upon accumulation and not otherwise to be voted upon by Australian ballot, and then adjourn to the Masonic Temple, 61 Westminster Street in said village at 8 a.m. on Tuesday, May 17th, 2020 to vote by Australian ballot. The polls will be open 8 a.m. and close at 7 p.m. So we're going to move on to Article 1. Article 1 is to elect village officers as required by law. This is an Australian ballot article. And there are sample ballots that have been posted. If people would like to know who's running prior to the election, certainly up in the village clerk, town clerk's office, and in the lobby of the theater, there's also, and on the website. So that information is available if you would like to preview the ballot prior to voting on the 17th. Article 2, shall the village of Bellows Falls adopt its annual budget and all budget articles by Australian ballot?
Need a motion for that.
I do, please.
Okay, I'll do that. I move, Mr. Moderator, I move that the Village of Bellows Falls adopt its annual budget and all budget articles by Australian ballot.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Motion has been made and seconded that the Village of Bellows Falls adopt its annual budget and all budget articles by Australian ballot. Is there any discussion? Yes, ma'am. Please stand and just identify yourself. You can stay right there.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, my name is Wendy Levy. I live on Rockingham Street. I have a question for the trustees. Is Article 2 for this year only, or is this a permanent change?
This article is placed here because in 2020, we placed this question on an Australian ballot, and it passed by the voters. However, according to the Secretary of State, that is not applicable. If it has been on the floor, it needs to be voted off the floor to Australian ballot. So if we bring it back this year, because we need to redo it. So this year we asked this question, only the people here on the floor will have the opportunity to vote on this motion, and if it passes, then every following year in the future, we will have it on Australian ballot only. But if it doesn't pass, then the budget will be voted on the floor on an annual basis.
Certainly, Paul.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. So again, if we vote in the affirmative on Article 2 on the floor tonight, that makes it permanent. And that means that from here on in, the annual budget and all budget articles will be voted by Australian ballot unless there's something
Because
to
it's a new
reverse it.
motion, right, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Mr. Hardy.
Yeah, Dennis Hardy, village resident. She's got a very good point. It doesn't say future, it just says this year here, which I'm opposed to. I know I'm in the minority here, but I think we're losing our democracy if we vote on it by Australian ballot. In prior years, we can change the article, we can change the amount, we can up or down, which we have added in years past. And it's the only time that the trustees actually hear from the voters what we actually think about a particular line item or a whole series of articles or line items. And we have a healthy discussion on it, and we get through it every year. Now, I understand that people that are home can't come down and vote, or some people are sick, but you are a member of this community, and you should strive to come to the meeting and vote if you feel strongly enough about it. That's my take on it.
Respond to that?
Certainly, Deb.
The response is simply a matter that, as you can see, how many people we have here. I think maybe we had 30 some odd people last year. We have 18 people on the floor. We have a population of, say, 3,200 in the village of Bellows Falls. And my concern is that we have tried different things, putting up banners and so on and so forth to attract people to village meeting, and yet we have, as you can see, the numbers continue to go down, not up. And this is an exiting COVID year, and yet there's still fewer people than ever. And it is a great concern to me that 18 people will decide, or can decide a budget if we were to do the budget on the floor and not on Australian ballot. That was my question.
Pat Fowler, Green Street. I'm looking at the condensed summary street of the last year's voting, and it says only at the most 76 people voted. 76 people came to the Australian ballot. So there's not that much difference between the people who came here and spoke about things than the people who we sat all day waiting for at the Masonic Temple. And we would have absolutely no way of having any input into the budget process or anything that's going on. And this meeting, there would be probably 3 people here next year if we go to Australian ballot. This meeting would have no meaning at all.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Wendy Levy, still from Rockingham Street, still. Well, I appreciate Trustee Wright's statement. I am a new person. I registered to vote here last week, and I'm here. This is my opportunity, as it is for anybody's, to come and comment and interrogate on the budget. If it's Australian ballot, as my neighbors have indicated, we will not have that opportunity. So I encourage my neighbors who are here to vote nay on this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hardy?
I agree with what Pat said. Also, that there's only 18 people here because in the paper today, it said we can't vote on the budget tonight, right? Which you need to explain that one to me, why we can't vote on the budget tonight. But there could be 20 people, could be 30 people here tonight, and at the meeting, at the polls, which again is another week away, which you have to explain that one to me also. we're not gonna get 76, maybe 100. And half of them are actually, and I don't mean this derogatory, they're not informed on the budget. Because they haven't seen much in the papers aren't very good these days. And they just don't know what they're voting on. They'll just vote yes or no. They could vote no on it because they think it's too high, but they're not informed. They don't know what they're actually voting on. Another case.
Mr. McPhee.
Douglas McPhee, Bellows Falls, Center Street. I agree with a number of things said, but we have lost our democracy, Denny. It's lost, it's gone. 18 people sitting here tonight, and I'm glad there's 18, not 12. But the one thing that's always scared me, and it has not happened in this village, but with 18 of us here tonight, we could increase this budget if we were voting on it by $5 million, $10 million, $13 million, $14 million. We could pack the hall and do that. It hasn't happened, but it's a strong possibility, and that scares me, that if it can be amended. If it's on the ballot, that part is gone. But I wish we still had our democracy, Denny, where there was at least 25% of us in a room voting on it. I just, not voting on the ballot and just 18 of us here scares me. Thank you.
Mr. Clark.
I'm gonna agree with Denny on this one. To me, once this change is made, as has happened in other, I think the town has already done that, it's no longer our budget, it's the trustees' budget, and we can either say yes or no. If we vote on it from the floor and have that dialogue, then it becomes our budget. I think it's a matter of advertising. I think maybe it's a matter of working something out with the bus company for transportation for folks who need it. It's a matter of getting much more dialogue going on to get more people to attend. But I, for one, do not want to give up this right to adapt the budget. As we've learned, the trustees, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, have the right to move things around within the budget. So it's more of a bottom line budget, but we can at least make the people's wishes known and then vote at the ballot box if we don't agree with what the trustees did. It's a matter of voting them out. But I think that's where our power lies.
Thank you.
I'm opposed to it.
Nancy.
Nancy McCall of School Street. You know, you're all talking about nobody knows anything about the budget. Trustees meetings are every 2 weeks. They talk about the budget in the trustee meetings. If you're really concerned about the budget and what's going on with the budget, then people should be going to the trustee meetings on a regular basis. I'm more for, I want everybody to be able to have that right to vote at the ballot.
Deborah, I'm gonna go back to you.
Yeah, the reason why I want to speak is because Denny asked a couple of questions. One of those is why the budget's on Australian ballot today for November 17th. And that is because Secretary of State has allowed us for this last year to do that. Because of COVID. That's the reason. And we thought we had it all done when we actually put that article on the warning in 2020, but it's not on there because of that. It's on there because we have the COVID option and to try and get as many people to safely participate as possible. After this year, 2023 will most likely be the release from COVID, and we'll be back to meetings and floor and so on and so forth. But this is the last year we can, without changing on the warning here, put it on the ballot. And that was in order to make sure people could get in to vote about it. There was one, you had a second question.
Why is there a week?
The week change, the week difference was because to provide an informational meeting. However, I myself am not exactly content about it, especially since no one can change the budget here. However, I believe in the future, in 2023, not in the far future, but in the near future, in 2023, if we vote to put it on Australian ballot now on, that we can have a meeting that's an annual meeting prior to the date of printing the darn thing, and then you can move the budget numbers around. You wouldn't vote the budget up or down on the floor, but you would have an opportunity to change the budget and finalize the budget. I think there is a way to do that. That's my opinion, and that's why I think we should be able to do that. So you should be able to alter the number as citizens and representatives in your town and village, in a meeting. But the final number would go on, the final number would go on to print on the ballot. And that's the way I think it should work, because I'm an advocate for more people participating. And I'm always pushing to ask, well, let's do more advertising. Let's make sure we get stuff up there on time, make sure the printing goes out in time, make sure we talk about it enough. But that's not seeming to work. And I've been doing this job now, let's see, 2011, I think, maybe sooner, 2011. 2011 is when I first got on the village board, and nothing's happened, and the numbers have gotten smaller and smaller, and I'm very disappointed by that, because I do want to see us being able to debate our democracy here on the floor. But I do believe the greater number of people to vote on it would be Australian ballot, and I think we need to find a way to make that work. If this passes, that we make it work, so we change the numbers on the floor before it goes to print, then that number is the number that everybody vote on. Whether you vote it up or vote it down, those are the answers.
Wouldn't that be 30
Then,
days?
wait, so basically it's supposed to be twice that people can talk, but I'm going to allow yourself to have another comment, then I'm gonna go to Pat, then I'll go to you, and then we'll see if anybody else has additional comments, okay? So, I'm sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Well, I think official warning has to be 30 days. So you're talking about a meeting a
Last
month and a
month.
half.
Yeah.
Before, so I don't see where that's gonna work.
Yeah.
And you apparently chose to have this put on Australian ballot, right? You didn't even give us a chance to,
Because the Secretary of State allowed for it.
right?
Yeah.
Well, just because you love it doesn't mean,
So Dan, please, to me, and then,
Yep.
thank you.
sorry.
Pat,
I have a concern in that I don't think many people knew this meeting was happening. These reports did not come out. I think I saw the boxes Friday, you guys were closed. We didn't get these reports until Monday. Nobody saw these reports. So nobody was able to look at this budget. And I think that's a major concern. I know that there was a problem with the audit and that it was delayed, but this, I can tell you, there's not very many people that knew that there was a meeting today.
and one more time.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Wendy Levy. Two things. One, COVID is still here. Vermont has some of the highest transmission rates in the nation. Wyndham County is a low transmission rate, according to the CDC, but we're very close to Windsor County, which isn't. Some folks are still afraid to come out. Also, regarding permanently giving up the ability on the floor to discuss the annual budget, I want to remind my neighbors that once you give up a right, it's much harder to get it back. If this is so important, let's try it again next year. I think allowing it to expire is the way to go. I think we should retain our right to discuss the annual budget on the floor. And if we want to do it next year, Australian ballot, let's revisit it. But I'm not ready to give that up. Maybe it's just because I'm new and I just moved here, but I'd still like to discuss it on the floor once I have time to read it. Thank you.
Kathleen.
I just want to give, the Secretary of State's office said it has to be within 10 days of your vote, your annual meeting.
Right,
So
okay.
you can't have an
So we
annual
can't
meeting
move it.
30 or 40 days
So,
ahead of time.
okay.
It has to be within 10 days of the vote.
Any other discussion? Are we ready for the vote? Yes, Mr. Reese.
It is complicated, Paul Reese from Bellows Falls, because in the past year, I kind of was against Denny. Well, this year, I'm kind of favoring that a little bit. I understand also what Pat said. I just barely got my book the other day. I'd been looking for it for a month and happened to open the movie theater door and it was there. And actually, Mr. Golick didn't even know I already had it because we checked it at Lease Eyes and they didn't. And there is several numbers here that I'm having some trouble with. And I wanted to ask our police chief why he needed $326.92 a week for gas times 52 weeks to come up with $17,000 to go a mile radius. Nobody's gonna answer that for me. We're just gonna vote either way. Kind of had a few questions, so I'm kind of leaning both ways here, but, you know, like I said, I live on $18,036 a year disability. I paid the town water $1,000, taxes $5,200. I live like on $12,000 a year. I crunch my numbers to make it work at my house. I think a lot of these numbers could get crunched. We can park the cruiser, we can walk during a sunny day up and down the square. We don't need to do the loop. I budget my gas, $50 a week in a cruiser. You're not running 3 cruisers, 2's parked. One does the scoop the loop up Grizzle Drive 2 or 3 times a day, 2 people in it. Park it, walk during the
Thank you.
summer.
Okay, I think we have somebody on Zoom that would like to speak, so.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I would just like to second my neighbor's point that once you give up a right, it is much harder to get it back. And I heard the select board chair's opinion that she thinks that there's a way to get this back, but I believe that I am in favor of retaining it. I know that I can only voice my opinion since I am attending remotely in this meeting, but I wanted to weigh in and and I live at 49 Green Street and wanted to share that opinion with everyone there.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Wade Mashore, Village Trustee. I was just gonna point out that according to their stats here in our annual report, so, yeah, I'm kind of torn. I mean, I see it both sides of both ways, but either way you cut it, there's one, according to last year's record, there was 1,922, just shy of 2,000 registered voters within the village limits. Correct?
Don't vote. 2000.
Right, so what I'm,
2010 as of right now.
2010? So it's gone up,
And 76 voted.
that's my point, so even at best, 76 showed up. Actually, 70 last year voted on the budget, according to this. And we have, how many you said here tonight, 18 or whatever?
Not
So, yeah.
including us.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. I
Okay,
mean,
any other discussion? Yes, sir.
Mark Condon, Green Street. I just wanted to say I agree with those who have said that they will vote nay on this article.
Thank you.
And Bob, I think we have somebody else on Zoom.
Jeremy.
I guess I'm going to Zoom for,
Jeremy
Haskins.
yeah.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Jeremy Haskins from 72 Griswold Drive, Bellows Falls, Vermont. I'm a little torn too on this, being that I'm out of town. I didn't even know this meeting was going on. I happened to see it pop up on Facebook. I'm 5.5 hours away for work. So I have no way to vote being in person, and I like to participate out all this stuff if I can. Last year was still a COVID resistance and stuff. People were still fearful of going out. Your numbers may have been down from that. I think it's been lack of advertising in the last 3 or 4 years with the annual meetings and things being switched around. And I think if you guys promoted it a little more and got it out there and signs out and things like that about annual meetings and getting them to vote, you'll get more people in person down there. So it's really important we can get more voters out there, not just leaning on 18 people or a board selecting a budget. I like to also have the opportunity to be able to get out there and ask questions like you guys said there, different parts that why things are changing and how we can adjust things. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff.
Jeff Dunbar. My feelings on this are, I'm recalling as a kid coming to town meetings with my parents and being upstairs and the hall being full. And you look at the number of ways that we have to communicate today, which are more than there were when I was a child. And so I feel there's really not an excuse to not have people informed that this is taking place, which gets to sort of an overall problem, I think, in a number of arenas, and maybe with democracy overall, is an apathy to what's going on in our community. So I was out for a walk before coming here, and someone who lives in town and ought to know said, "Oh my God, that's tonight?" And I was floored that that was the case. So I think it's on all of us to reach out to people before next Tuesday to get them to the polls regardless of what happens tonight. And I think that in the future, when, and I'm as much to blame as everyone else in this room, but we need to reach out to those around us and say, hey, there's these things coming up, you know, that are important, and it would be great. And Jeremy's on the road, but to reach out to others who he knows to get here to speak on our behalf. And we have meetings every 2 weeks, and they're not well attended from the community. So there's not a lot of input until this point, when we still don't have a lot of input. So it's a struggle that we're all bearing, but I think it's you know, our responsibility individually and collectively to try to get more people engaged if we're going to be truly a community that represents everyone.
Thank you. Jeremy, I think you had your hand back up.
No, I actually forgot to lower it. But the other thing, just another input. I mean, when I was younger and I was in another town, our town would have all kinds of signs up and around, and actually promote it at the schools, because we wanted to get the youth involved to know about democracy and what everything was about with the civics classes and social studies. And that was a big thing, just getting them to participate and getting the schools. And I mean, that's your future of who's running the towns, and that got more people involved in the communities. So I think it's really important to promote it and get everyone involved as possible, and get those messages out. More communication's key. Thank you.
And we have another person on Zoom.
Delilah here again, 49 Green Street. I would just like to add, as far as the issue of participation and getting more involvement is being discussed, as a person who's fairly new, and definitely this is my first year where I will be able to vote in Bellows Falls. I have attempted to attend some meetings remotely because for work, I am not, I work outside of Bellows Falls, but I live on property of Bellows Falls. And I have discovered that sometimes the advertised times for meetings are not the times that they actually take place. I will remotely try to attend things and then start on time, because the published time is not the time when the actual meeting is taking place. So I think that that's probably something that could be improved.
Thank you. Ray.
Raymond Succo, Bellows Falls. One idea that I've tried to promote for the last 7 or 8 years is moving us to an all-day, in-person meeting on Saturday. The evening meetings are difficult for some people, a lot of people. We have an older population. Saturday would give us, and I know it's a weekend, it takes away from entertainment, extracurricular, and mowing the lawn and everything else. But an all-day Saturday day meeting from the floor, I think would address a lot of the problems that you've all raised tonight that are all very important. So it was too late to do it for this year, but I would like to have some discussion with the trustees, with the voters, to consider moving to an all-day, day-long, or whatever number of hours it takes, on a Saturday at some point in the future. I've also advocated that for the town meeting. But I think we could do much better than the hardcore folks who are here tonight and the 75 people who will show up next Tuesday. So something to think about.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Moderator, if I may?
Yes.
It's going to take us back a few years. It'll show us the age of some of us, but I think a debate is healthy. And I recall thinking back over the years, Larry, Dennis, there's been some comment on this subject a few years ago, etc. Unfortunately, we don't have Doc Densmore around anymore. We used to, through his public address, drive throughout the village to make us aware of these dates. But I just want to say that I think a debate is healthy. I think we need to look at other options. And the voting on the budget by the ballot, yes, will get everybody hopefully that goes in to pay attention and check the box, however, yes or no. But I think a debate is healthy. I think a debate is warranted. It comes from the people, and that's what we're here to do, what the wishes of the people are. And it's good to have the feedback. And I believe I'll be in the nay. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Yes.
Betsy Thurston, Green Street, Bellows Falls. I also report on all of our meetings for the shopper. It's a free paper that comes in everyone's mailbox, and I always end my article with the next date, time, location of the meetings. I know most of you here read these articles, but for people that I don't know, aren't aware or don't know, it's a free paper. It comes in your mail. Don't recycle it. Actually read about what's going on. Thank you.
Anything else? Any other discussion?
I have one more thing I'd like to say. If this goes forward and we go to Australian ballot, remember, after this year, we will have to change the charter. That's another piece of work the trustees will have to work on, because if we change the permanent day when we meet, and that we're doing this by Australian ballot, it will, if we say, for instance, we have an informational meeting and it's not the day before the actual voting day, we have to change the charter. So if we go to Saturday, we'll have to change the charter. Then, of course, that means coming from here and public hearings and then up to legislature when they get around to it. I just want to let people know that that will be affected if we do anything different than Monday 16th, which it would have been, and then Tuesday the 17th for voting. That would be a change. We'll have to take care of that.
Any other discussion?
I have a clarifying question, Mr. Moderator.
Absolutely.
For the chair. My question for the chair, Mr. Moderator, and I'm still Wendy Levy. I don't understand. If we pass this article, does that mean that the charter needs to be changed?
That is my understanding from what Deborah just said.
Thank you.
Annual meeting, if the annual meeting is not the day before the voting. We've been doing informational meetings the last couple of years to try to give people more time to talk about it.
Any other discussion? Yes.
One question, I guess, back to Ray's question about, or comment about Saturdays. So let's just say that, how would that play out? The soonest that Saturday could be done would be 2024?
I think we have to wait, don't we have to wait till the charter change is done? That's a question, a legal question.
Somebody may recall, this meeting hasn't always been held in May.
Right.
We moved it once about 20 years ago. So there is a process, and it's a two-step process. We do it at the local level, it goes to legislature. They've never rejected a charter change in my 40 years representing the village. And then it comes back and then it's put into play.
So it's the following.
Yes.
Correct. Any other discussion? If not, we have a motion on the floor that states, shall the village of Bellows Falls adopt its annual budget and all budget articles by Australian ballot? All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed would say no.
No. How
It is-
about holding up a card or something?
Did you get a hand?
It is my opinion that the noes have won this. We have had a request that we have a division of the House and would hold your card. So all those that would be in favor of the motion would raise their card. Stand and raise your card, please. I think it's the easiest way. All those opposed would stand and raise their card.
Yeah, I think we got a majority, Mr. Moderator.
So the motion, it appears, was 6 to 16. 16 noes, 6 yeses. Therefore, the motion has been defeated. We'll move on to Article 3. Article 3 reads to receive and act upon the reports of the village officers for the past year.
One trustee would please read that, make a motion.
Mr. Moderator, I'll move Article 3 to receive and act upon the reports of the village officers for the past year.
Is there a second?
A second.
The motion has been made and seconded that we would receive and act upon the reports of the village officers for the past year. Is there any discussion? Mr. McPhee?
I have a number of questions. May I ask them at the same time?
Absolutely.
Page 20, please.
And Doug, the only thing I will say is that I know we will be having under Article 5 discussion around the budget.
Okay, and these are more informational.
Perfect.
And they will decide how I vote on the budget.
Perfect.
Page 20, please. Personnel Resource Manager, apparently a new position. Is it shared with the town? And I suppose it's a valid reason. I mean, it's a shared town. Okay, and it's shifting some duties around.
Scott, wait.
Sure, so I can answer that for you. So yes, it's a shared position. It also is basically a replacement. It was an administrative assistant position that was removed and then consolidated, and this is a new title.
Page 21, the village clerk has had a sizable increase. I assume her duties have also increased. It's from 3,000 to 5,000.
Sure, I can answer that. So because of the changes in the number of required responsibilities for elections, that was a determination made that that number had not changed over a long period of time. And so that number was a number that ultimately was decided on through the trustees.
Good, thank you. Page 23, fire officers expense, increase of $5,000 on an operating service database from $1,000 to $6,120. That's from the proposed 22 budget to this budget. Yeah.
Incident reporting stuff that they have to do now.
Yep.
Added administration from various places. Okay.
Well, there's been a change in the software and the reporting requirements, and this is, we have to do a certain amount of reporting to the state. So as part of that, we've had to buy additional software, and then all the departments have to now report through this new software.
Okay,
so that
thank you.
expense is recognized in that account.
Under police officers expense, page 24, computer equipment services, a new item for $14,000.
Right, so this was an item we've discussed with the trustees, and we have a server in the department that's currently full, and we can't move all the data off of the server into the cloud because it is still required for active cases and some other legal requirements. So because of that, we have to replace the server, and that's the cost of that replacement.
Thank you. Helps me again on the budget. Page, oops, I lost my place. Page 25. We have moved the police vehicle from the police budget to a new budget, capital expenses. Is that going to occur with fire vehicles and all other vehicles? They will be under a capital expense budget?
Yeah, so the reasoning behind that is the trustees have asked the staff to create a capital reserve for some of these larger expenses. And in order for that to get carried through the budget, we've moved it into the capital reserve so it's going to pay from year to year.
Okay, and you will in the future identify, for instance, this time it's a police vehicle, but if there's 2 or 3 vehicles, it would say
Absolutely.
something else, okay?
And the same will occur with fire, but that goes through a different process.
Right. Page 28. Griswold Drive electricity. Apparently Denny's using a lot of electricity, sorry, $7,000. Was that an item that was buried someplace before?
It was a reallocation because it was not being charged to the appropriate spot, so that's just a change.
Good, thank you. Page 29. Vehicle replacement fund is jumped out. This is again under project. I'm in the water, excuse me. Okay. Vehicle funds have jumped up from replacement from 7 to 23,000. Is this Apparently, we're in tough shape on vehicles, they need to be replaced, or have been in the past, or.
Go ahead.
Do you want me to get
Yeah,
that?
you're gonna, right.
So every year, $7,000 is budgeted for a new vehicle. That money was supposed to have been moved into a reserve fund at the end of every year so that it was held, and it never was.
Never
So this
was.
year, we're buying a vehicle, so we need to
So,
take the money.
okay, and then the Kissel Hill, I'm assuming, I see under revenue, a grant for a similar amount of money, Kissel Hill being in the town of Westminster, 1,200,000, but I did see a grant in revenue, is that a wash or something? Or,
If we're successful, that's a state drinking water revolving loan fund request that's under the state ARPA process. And so if that is in fact granted, that's where those monies will come from, and it'll replace that.
okay, but if we don't get the grant, the taxpayers of the town, village of Bellows Falls are gonna pay $1,200,000 to upgrade the water system.
That project is grant dependent, so.
Grant dependent, very good.
User fees too.
Yeah.
And let me get into delinquency. I think I'll leave the taxes alone. I think that you do pretty good there. Water and sewer delinquencies on page 40, I believe. My final question. Okay, this is-
40.
We have a number of people who owe us a large amount of money. And I know that you shut waters off, but one of them I'm looking at, Lindsay Van Squike at 1 Center Street, a gentleman who has been a problem for this community. I assume his water is shut off now, I hope it was, and yet he still owes us over $4,000.
That water's been off for years.
Because so we let him get to the $4,000 mark, unfortunately.
Well, a lot of that now is just interest and, you know.
Okay,
because of
okay, is that the
not
case with a number of those that are up well over
I,
4,000?
I
The
crunched-
interest and penalties?
Yeah, I crunched those numbers today, and 40,000 out of that 106
Yeah,
is water is shut off.
Okay.
Has been shut off,
And-
and then about 45,000 we have collected since April 15th.
oh, good,
And then there's about 15,000 that's fire protection in Gageville. That's, I don't know how we'd ever collect that.
okay. And how do you collect this short of, I know if I'm delinquent in my taxes, you put my house up for tax sale, but water, sewer, other than shutting the water off, is there a way you can collect those funds?
Well, the state of Vermont has been very beneficial to a lot of local folks here with paying past due balances. And so a lot of the past due, especially water and sewer, have actually been paid through a state program that we have been referring people to.
I mean, I'm just concerned is that my water bill goes up yearly and is now what used to be, I'm old enough to remember water bills that were next to nothing. And now it's a sizable monthly payment, and I'm one person, so I know others are huge. And when I look at those delinquencies, saying I'm paying my bills and a whole bunch of other people aren't. Thank you. This helps me very, and excellent answers from everyone involved. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Rebecca Gagnon, Bush Street, on the water, there is one person on here that I believe has been deceased for 5 years. Do we have a policy that will just remove that person and show that amount as a loss?
There are times when we have written off bad debt. Most of the time, the board is reluctant to do that. Some of these cases just in recent history have, especially if they're contested with the states, can drag on for 5 years or longer. I can think of a few recently that went on other than that with litigation and other reasons for delay. So it's not unusual for something to drag into that.
And is the board aware of the people that possibly are on this list that are deceased?
The board's aware of usually all of the information we provide to them about who's in a payment plan, who's in delinquency, and then if there's other kinds of special circumstances and other, that type of information.
In terms of shutting off, I mean, we've got some people up here that are over $4,000. I would imagine they're shut off. How does that impact health and safety? If these people are living in a house or in an apartment and the water's been shut off for months, year, I don't know how long people have their water shut off. does that impact health and safety at all?
We've approached people because of issues about that through the health officer, and so there have been issues that we've resolved through that process. It takes time, it's cumbersome, and it's not always a clean process, but it does sometimes end up that way.
Okay, so if you had your water shut off for a year, I don't know how long some of these people have their water shut off.
For a while, some of them.
How do you resolve a health issue?
Right now, I don't think we have any houses shut off that are occupied.
Okay, so most of the people on this list
They're
with these huge
vacant
balances are
houses.
gone.
Yeah, the houses
Okay.
are there, but they're just slowly going.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Hardy?
Can we recoup those on, at the sale of a house, the water and sewer?
Yes, and we have, and we'll continue. There have been times when the BCA will relieve the obligation, but that's typically how that works. Yes, unusual, circumstances for that.
Anybody else? Pat?
I have something on page 38, the auditor signatures. We signed, Tim and I signed this audit, this page based upon a draft of the budget. We have not gotten a management letter yet because the auditors hadn't turned it in, although it's dated earlier than the date that we received that. And I'm concerned that as an elected auditor, I've been an auditor for many years, there was a meeting with the auditors and I was not informed of that. And I had questioned our new financial director about the management letter and had come up and spoken about it. And you guys met, I found out because Betsy wrote an article in the paper. And I think that's unacceptable. Do you want an auditor or not? I don't want to put my name on something that I don't feel comfortable with. So I don't know whether you want to even have a village auditor position.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other comments, questions? Mr. Reese?
Yeah, the only thing I want to say is I actually think the new town manager's done an excellent job. The whole board has done an excellent job to address certain issues. But my only concern is the house that burned. It was a private owner. Is it down on Barker Street or whatever? You can't just leave it there forever and ever. I mean, even if we have to absorb the cost or there's some special state fund, it's gotta get cleaned up. That becomes a health issue to everybody. If it's got asbestos in it, just blowing in the wind.
Well, I can address that specifically. That came before the town board, and they have agreed to acquire the property through a quick claim deed, and we're working with an asbestos removal company. So you will see that happen, and then you'll see that building come down in the very near future.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other question?
I just wanted to make a comment. I wanted to go back to what the water, wastewater delinquencies. I'm kind of asking the manager, if I remember this correctly, and maybe Brian can answer too. The last 2 years of the pandemic, didn't that probably play into?
We couldn't do shut-offs.
You couldn't do shut-offs for the last 2 years, correct?
So we really, that didn't really affect us a lot.
Okay. But for the last 2 years, you haven't been able to even turn the valves.
Last fall, we could do shut-offs. This is the first time we started that since the pandemic.
Since it, yeah, okay. I just wanted to.
Any other questions, comments? Zoom all set, okay. So Article 3, I'm going to move this at this point. The motion has been made and seconded that we receive and act upon the reports of the village officers for the past year. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Opposed would say no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and we have passed Article 3. Moving on to Article 4, to see if the voters of the Bellows Falls Village Corporation will vote to authorize its treasurer with the approval of the trustees to borrow money from time to time in anticipation of tax collection or payments of money due the village from the state of Vermont or the federal government.
Mr. Moderator, I move that we see if the voters of the Bellows Falls Village Corporation will vote to authorize its treasurer with the approval of the trustees to borrow money from time to time in anticipation of tax collection or payment of money due the village from the state of Vermont or the federal government.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Motion has been made and seconded to see if the voters of the Bellows Falls Village Corporation will vote to authorize its treasurer with the approval of the trustees to borrow money from time to time in anticipation of tax collection or payments of money due the village from the state of Vermont or the federal government. Is there any discussion? This is really a housekeeping article. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Opposed would say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we have passed Article number 4. We're going to move on to Article 5. This will be discussion only, as we will be voting this by Australian ballot on Tuesday, May 17th. Article 5, shall the voters of the Bellows Falls Village Corporation raise and appropriate money to pay the indebtedness of the village, to pay all general and regular expenses of the village beginning July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, in the amount of $1,649,973, with the amount of $1,574,173 to be raised by taxes. Is there a motion? Well, actually, we don't need a motion because this will be Australian ballot.
Right.
So is there discussion? Wendy?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Maybe I'm confused, pardon the person who's new. Is this not the budget? Is this not the thing that we voted that we're not gonna vote?
But because of, the reason it is on Australian ballot is because the Secretary of State on January 1st of 2022 said that because COVID was still active, that it was up to each local board whether they ran it, their vote on the budget either through Australian ballot or at their annual meeting. Our trustees decided to run it through Australian ballot for this year.
For this year only?
For this year only,
Got it.
that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Any discussion on the budget?
Yeah, Dennis Hardy again. I just like a little explanation of the surplus that we've got and any COVID pass-through money that we may get, may not get from the state, and any of this COVID money that we've had the meetings on.
Oh, ARPA?
Public meetings. Yeah. What's your thoughts on those? The surplus I'd like to hear.
Okay, I'm gonna have Scott to
Sure.
kind of
So
take the first shot at this.
the surplus is currently larger than what our current fund balance policy is, and there's a couple of reasons for that. First of all, I think during the COVID years, we actually ended up receiving more money for COVID relief and spent less money on just regular expenditures. So we actually had budget surpluses in the COVID budget years. As on top of the fact that we also had to go back and working with the auditors, as Pat had pointed out earlier, we had some prior years restatements of some of our previous years because of not any kind of financial malfeasance, but just sloppy bookkeeping and accounting. So we had to go back through and rearrange some of the numbers so that they were more accurately reflecting what was actually happening in those prior fiscal years. The board went through that process. As a result of all those things, we ended up with a surplus that's much larger than what we had anticipated. While that's somewhat of a good news proposition, it also means that we have some responsibility to try to figure out how to leverage that money and either reduce tax rates or use it as we go forward. And as you discussed with ARPA, that sort of segues into that next logical conversation. So the village right now has some significant grant requests in on the state ARPA process. The state put out a call for grants for clean drinking water projects as well as sewer projects. So we have applied for monies under both of those. We were hoping to hear something prior to this meeting. They had originally said they should know something before May. And they just released emails saying the state is moving more slowly on their evaluation process, so they will not get back to us with their approved plans until probably sometime in early June. So it didn't make sense to the board to spend any of our local ARPA money or to go forward with local ARPA projects until we know where we stand on those state requests. So we do have the ARPA money that we have received segmented in a separate account. We will have a report at the joint board meeting on May 31st about a series of projects that have been discussed through some public meetings. Then ultimately it'll come back to the board for their consideration on what types of projects they might want to fund going forward. The only real guidelines that we have at this point is we have to spend the money, at least we have to begin to spend the money by 2024, and all the money has to be accounted for and spent by 2026. So those are some of the rough numbers or some of the guidelines here of some of those larger numbers in our budget.
Then you have follow-up.
The ARPA money has to be spent by 2026, but the surplus, did we put any of the surplus into our reserve fund? Did we up that at all? We've been carrying, what, 16% or so?
Well, our surplus now to budget is in excess of 30%. And I think by what was adopted by fund balance policy, they'd like to see it in the 10 to 20% range. So we're in excess of those numbers. I think the board's been conservative because as they approach some larger scale capital items, they want to try to pay for it with cash as opposed to borrowing. There's a host of projects that have been deferred, some things that might be able to be bought with cash as opposed to going out for borrowing, which is part of the reason they've also asked to not go into extensive borrowing on any of our other utilities into our utility funds until we get a sense of where the state is and the support for some of our capital investment in there as well. So I know a lot of people have concerns about the rate of inflation and the rise of their bills in water and sewer. The board's sensitive to that as well. They've asked to sort of level out. They want to see where things stand. We did not ask for an increase in water or sewer in this budget process. And the hope is that we can try to fund some of these larger numbers through some of these programs and take some of the pressure off of the ratepayers that have been paying these increasing amounts in their water and sewer bills.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Reese.
Yeah, the last thing I want to say is I hope everyone's really paying attention, and maybe the state should get a letter or the federal government. I see that communities could collapse when the diesel fuel costs for plowing the road, for heating schools, villages, the heating oil, the local homeowner is pushing $6.39 a gallon. And I'm saying the federal government or state needs to help out individual villages and towns because you're not going to be able to transfer that on the tax bill of the taxpayers. Somebody's got to really watch those numbers because it could drive everything triple with what's budgeted.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this budget article? Again, this is an Australian budget vote, which will take place on Tuesday, May 17th, 2020. Polls are open from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Any other discussion on the budget? If not, I'm going to move on to Article 6. Article 6, shall the voters of the Bellows Falls Village Corporation approve the purchase of a waste sludge dryer for $263,450 payable through a 5-year amortization schedule for debt. Again, Australian ballot issue. Is there any questions or comments?
268,000 is figured, or?
I'm sorry, did I say
no problem.
268,450?
Trying to save us money, Mr. Obolsky.
Yes.
I have a question. Talking about the reserve fund, if this was voted down at next week's vote, would the board pay for it out of the reserve fund that you were just talking about?
Because it's not in a general fund account, it would have to be paid for other ways, because the water and sewer enterprise funds, and they have to be self-supporting without general fund support. That's why this is on as a separate article.
So with the reserve of the 600,000 or whatever it was, they wouldn't be able to vote, the board wouldn't be able to vote to pay for that because it's separate accounts.
Not through the general fund, right, not through that.
Mr. McPhee.
Can anybody explain to me exactly what this does and why we need it? Please?
Sure. So to keep it, since we're all post-dinner, so everybody's.
Unlike me.
Everything that you eventually flush down the toilet ends up at the plant to be treated. In the past, it would come into a landfill as a wet sludge product and would be disposed of that way. Those costs have been escalating, and in the state of Vermont now, we are down to one approved landfill, which is pretty far upstate, and it is highly regulated, and the prices, as you can imagine, have grown well in excess of inflation. On top of those costs, you also have to pay trucking costs, because there's a round trip involved. It's a significant amount of miles. So as we talked about gas and price inflation, as Paul has mentioned, they just add surcharges on to those trucking fees. So you'll start to see that creep over time. What this particular product does is it takes that waste and it dries it, cuts it into a small, looks like a noodle, and then we store it. And local farmers, it's an approved Class A biosolids, so a local farmer can come, and they have, and they pick it up in bulk and they spread it on their fields. So it's a true recycling of our waste. It's not going in a landfill, it's going right back onto the farmers' fields and going into the next year's production of whatever they're producing at that particular farm.
Sounds like a great thing.
It's an exciting project, and quite frankly, for a community of our size to be doing this type of thing, we're getting calls from all over the country from other people to want to know how we're doing it, how it's working. Very impressed by the fact that a small community like Bellows Falls and some of our managers like Rob and people have been able to undertake this project, and it's really tremendous work on their behalf. They deserve a lot of credit for that.
Thank you.
And the board for supporting the project as well.
Any other questions? Pat?
Yeah, I have a question kind of related to that. Are we testing for COVID?
The state did not test our particular plant for COVID. There were some places that were doing it voluntarily, and there were some places that were doing it as part of a national study, but we were not one of those that was part of that.
Any other questions or comments on Article 6? Again, it's an Australian ballot vote, Tuesday, May 17th, 2020 at the Sonic Temple. If there's no other questions or comments, I'm going to move on to Article 7. Article 7, to transact any other business deemed proper when not involving the expenditure of village funds or any other business acted upon in the preceding articles. I need a motion.
Yes, would the voters vote to transact any other business deemed proper when not involving the expenditure of village funds and any other business acted upon in the preceding articles?
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made that we transact any other business deemed proper when not involving the expenditure of village funds or any other business acted upon in preceding articles. And that motion has been seconded. Is there any other business? Mr. McPhee.
I know the enforcement in this follows under the town, but we have a number of houses in this community that I consider a hazard to us in many ways. It might be the fire department trying to enter that building, and if they do, we can lose a fireman. It might be other things. One of them I wrote up last fall to both boards. I got a response from a number of you, and I've talked to Mr. Wise, but meantime, 7 Old Terrace Street, nothing changes. And it just sits there. And that's not alone. We went to court with 1 Center Street, who's a professional person. He's lived in other communities. He, for lack of a better word, screwed us because he's a pro at it. But there are other places, Mr. Reese brought up the one that, is burned, that apparently there's a resolution. But we are coming into some very, very tight times for people. I mean, I used to be middle class. If the stock market keeps going, I'm gonna be poor. And a lot of other people in this community are gonna be the same way. We need to start doing something, the town needs to, but what I'm asking the village to do is the trustees to get on the back of the town and start taking care of these number of buildings in our village that either have to be torn down or the owner has to make them livable for the rest of us. And I appreciate the people response. And I think the village did a better job responding to me than the town did. And thank you.
Any other business? Anything else? If not, I would entertain a motion for
Mr. Moderator,
adjournment.
I move we adjourn.
Motion has been made to adjourn. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
We are now officially adjourned. Thank you very much. Do not forget that on Tuesday, May 17th, at the Masonic Temple, voting will take place from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m.
You know,
Recording